So keep that in mind as your microphone is on, and whatever you say will be picked up for the Twitterverse forever. Okay, so I'm Josh Fulp. I'm the chair. We have quite a number of people in this meeting tonight, and let's see here. It's going. And so I'm trying to think the best way to do things here. Normally we start with introductions, but we have quite the group here tonight. So I just want to acknowledge that everyone's here, of our members and
so
such.
Josh,
Yes.
if because there is such a large group, what might work is if everyone in their chat would just introduce themselves in the chat. So at least, because I can see some first name, last names, but I don't have everybody's. So it'd be helpful for the meeting minutes. Thank you.
That would be great. So if everyone would take the next 30 seconds in the chat, just give your name, give your role in the committee. That would be extremely helpful. So when we go to capture all that. Thank you, Kathy. Been a few months since I've done one of these. John, are you wanting to speak during public comment, or do you want to just say something right now?
Hey, Josh, I just want to say something. I don't have access to chat in Microsoft Teams for whatever reason. I'm not ignoring your request.
No, that's fine. So Kathy, I don't know if you can just jot down. So John Armstrong, former chair of ACTC, is with us tonight. It's what retirement from a committee looks like right there.
I have John Armstrong's name, so that'll work. I have another John, though, just the first name. So if that person could either chat or speak up, I guess.
And as people are finishing this part up, I want to, since we are transportation people, want to acknowledge the hard work going on by transportation, by our DES folks to keep Arlington County going tomorrow.
They've been doing it since early this morning. So
yeah. Tomorrow will definitely be quite the adventure. We'll see how it goes. Right on that very that magic 32-degree line. So we'll see how it goes. So if there are those who wanted to offer public comment, because that will be the next thing on our list, if you can raise your hand in the chat, or do the raise hand under reactions. If you can't do that because Teams is teamsing you, if you just turn your mic on and say you want to speak.
Can I just say Barbara Cannon is waiting to get let in?
So Libby, I don't see her at the lobby area. So let me see if I can try to call her in.
Yeah, why don't I just texted her because I thought she'd be here. I didn't see her, and she says she's waiting for someone to let her in. So I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Kathy, it's Michael. I just went ahead and requested join for BK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah. She just texted me that she's trying to get in too. So hopefully someone is trying to call her in. Go ahead and forward her the meeting link one more time, just in case none of this is working. Did we get her?
Yes, we have her. We just.
Fabulous.
Saw
Okay.
her. Yep.
Wonderful. Welcome, Barbara.
Sorry about that. I don't know. I just canceled and got back in. So thank you. Sorry. Hi, everyone.
Welcome. So we're moving, the next thing we're doing is public comment. So if you do have someone who has public comment, raise your hand. If not, we will give it just a minute to see hands. If you can't raise a hand, just flip your mic on and say you want to speak. Okay, seeing no hands and seeing nobody turning or hearing no one turn their microphone on, we'll move to the middle of our meeting just to give people an idea of what's going on. So ACTC is going to be transitioning over the next 6 months. And so that we'll have some discussion from our county board members and school board members talking about the future of ACTC and how that might look. But for now, I'm excited, since it has been several months, to hear from the various leaders in our community who've got things. So we've got Vision Zero up first. So I'm going to drop my share and I'm going to turn off my camera. And Kathy, who is going to be leading Vision Zero updates?
So I will ask, I think Christine's on. She just joined. She just put her camera on. So I think she will be leading it. Thank you.
I'm going to turn off my mic and camera and listen along.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. So the two topics I was going to focus on today are the school slow zones and then the speed camera update, which is actually just a small update. So for the school slow zones, we did demonstrations at 13 schools last year. And so that was to test out the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit on neighborhood roads within 600 feet of a school access point or a critical school crossing. And the intent of doing the demonstrations was to kind of see how our approach worked. We used 20-mile-per-hour permanent signs, so it wasn't like the speed limit changes based on arrival and dismissal time. It's just 20 miles per hour all the time around the school zone. And then we added markings on the road that said 20 miles per hour to make it very clear that's what speed you should be going. And we made sure, kind of during this process, we did almost a school zone retrofit where we looked at all of the crosswalks, all of the signage, the beacon zones around the school, just to make sure everything was consistent and followed general guidelines that we have for school zones in Arlington. So over time, schools have been built at different times and the school zones all look really different. So the intent of this, school zone update process we're going through is to make all school zones look alike and make it consistent. And that way drivers know what to expect. So we did collect feedback from the community in May on how things were going in the school slow zones. And you can see here on this info sheet, we overall got really positive responses and people feeling more safe, or more responses saying people felt safe or very safe. For some reason, there was a small decline in people feeling safe or very safe taking transit. Not exactly sure why, based on the open comments we got. But with all the other modes, we did see overall positive feedback. And when we read many of the open-ended comments, what could be improved? People wanted to see increased enforcement, more signage. I think some people felt that the signage needed to be ramped up a little bit and help reinforce that the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit is effective at all times. And then another comment we got was just expand the program to more schools, which we really felt reflected positively on the program. So we also, had a commitment to look at speeds, and obviously that's really the bottom line performance measure. How much have people slowed down because of this? And unfortunately, the speed data we got was really, really funky. We worked with ACPD to do the data collection, and we saw anywhere in changes between we saw decreases by 12% and increases by 31%. We actually found if some of the data was collected during spring break. So overall, it was just not a good comparison, and we need better information to be able to see how speeds have changed. So we're working with a contractor to collect a new set of speed data And that will give us an idea of how speeds look in the original 13 school slow zone demonstrations, as well as the next round that we're going to do, because we felt like the feedback was positive enough for the program, and it's the general direction that we want to go in, that we identified an additional 13 schools for another phase to go in this spring. And so based on the information, or based on the performance we see in terms of decreasing speed in the slow zones, we may end up adding another layer of treatment to help reduce speeds based on what we see in that data. So that's kind of an ongoing analysis. But in the meantime, we're moving forward with another phase of school slow zones and school zone retrofits. And so that includes Fleet and Thomas Jefferson is a combined one. Then there's Career Center, Arlington Community High, and the Montessori School as another combined zone. Barrett Elementary is its own zone. Campbell, Carlin Springs, and Kenmore is another combined really big school zone. Discovery and Williamsburg as well. And then Swanson is actually a combined one with Cardinal, but we did Cardinal last year as part of the new schools. So these are the schools, and then we also added Nottingham based on the fatal crash and the history of critical crashes along Little Falls. We incorporated Nottingham after this flyer actually went out, so we'll update that. And so on our website, I have this info sheet. This is under the Tools and Guidelines page on the Vision Zero site. So if you navigate here, we have, this is the form we were just looking at, where you can see the feedback and the next steps. We also have the proposed slow zone maps. And this will just show you what the slow zones look like, what might be changing in terms of the beacon zones, because we are moving a few beacons to help improve the coverage on some of our arterial streets. And then we also have a flyer, an updated flyer that will go out to the school communities just to help bring awareness to the campaign or to the program and ensure people, understand what the slow zones are, how to approach them, and also how to spread the word so other people are familiar with the strategy. And then another big key piece of this, which maybe I should have led off with, is that we are pending county board approval of a change to chapter 14.2 of the county code. Right now, if we want to lower the speed limit, and this is how we approached the first phase, we do line by line which street segments we want to lower. And it resulted in 58 segments last time. So to avoid having to do, major changes to the county code every single time we want to add a school slow zone, we're this time going about the approach of adopting general policy that will do it. The language says 20 miles per hour speed limits, within 600 feet of a school access point or school crossing. So that way, in the future, we don't have to, go through the code change process every time we want to add a school slow zone. So with that, I'll stop and see if there's any questions.
Before I take questions, just one comment I have, just because I lived it when they changed a few things when I lived along Columbia Pike, that I noticed they would do the slow zone. Along Walter Reed, and this is going to happen with this one, they changed the speed limit, or they moved the beacon, except the beacon that notified you of the reduced speed was placed south of 9th Street. And if you went and you came from 9th Street and turned right onto Walter Reed, you were unwittingly in a school zone that you didn't know about, because there was no beacon or information placed on 9th Street. So for that one specific case, though, I expand out to say, just as we grow this out, my feedback would be to make sure all the little streets going into it have visibility of the speed limit sign, regardless of how they enter the slow zone.
That's a great comment, and something we actually just worked on Carlin Springs, because the Carlin Springs slow zone or school zone, it's a big one. A couple years ago, when we did the South Carolina Springs safety study, we we actually merged all these. So it was one big slow zone because you have lots of kids walking the entire corridor to get to
Oh, yes.
Kenmore. And so that we all, I think, felt, it needs to be stronger. We need to have it more in your face that you're in a school zone this entire time. So that's why if you've driven on the corridor in the past couple of days, you may see we added school zones pavement markings on the ground. So that way, and it's strategically in the in-between zone. So people know they are still in a school zone, even though they may have changed. And we also added some static signage because the beacons are obviously, it's a big piece of infrastructure.
Right.
They have to be hooked up to power in a lot of cases, or they have to have access to solar power. So we did add static signage along Carlton Springs too, with the general times, which isn't as good as a beacon, but it's a good way to keep reiterating that. So again, as part of the retrofit process, when we look at schools, we are going to be thinking about things like that and trying to get the pavement markings on the ground, just so that people get that extra visual cue.
So thank you. Yes, because we know that speeding in a school zone is a slightly different ticket than a general one, so we want to be fair to people and have it stick. Dave McBride from Kenmore says thank you for the pavement markings. Nice upgrade this week. Kathy's asking is a housekeeping message. There's someone named John, not John Armstrong, that doesn't have a last name. They need to introduce themselves either in the chat or out loud, so we have your name in the record for the minutes. And Jillian asks, Christine, can you talk about how the schools were chosen and what public input opportunities there were and might be in the future?
Sure. So the schools that we went with this round were all data driven. Let me go back to the list. So we looked at crashes within a buffer of the school. I think it was a little bit wider than 600 feet just because sometimes when you add the turning in, the 600-foot buffer extends a little further. That is how we identified the Fleet and Jefferson schools, Career Center, Community High, and Montessori, Barrett as well, and all of the Carlton Springs schools. Discovery in Williamsburg was actually because right now the beacon situation was really funky there. It was like some kind of historic situation where the beacons were actually closer to where Nottingham is on Williamsburg and then ended at John Marshall. So we, after looking at that, are moving one beacon over to the other side near Emerson. And then so the school zone will be from John Marshall to the Emerson block and then covered these. So it was really a way to utilize the existing beacon, but make it more applicable to the schools on Williamsburg because we don't really know why the other ones were there. So that's how we identified those schools. And then Swanson was because we updated the beacons on Washington Boulevard as well. And then Nottingham, as I mentioned, was identified as part of the critical crash response. So that was how we identified those schools. And then we're going to continue to use that data-driven approach, but we might only have one more round. We'll see. I don't think we're promising that we'll be able to finish all schools next year, but we're going to try. So that is the process.
So a couple questions I'll take from that. That is, will you solicit feedback before the next round? Are there, because Jillian says, what about Washington Liberty? And because of the crashes on Washington Boulevard. And when you said something about not sure you're able to do X, Y, and Z. Is it a worker power issue? Is it a financial issue? What is the constraints as you build this out?
So the constraint is definitely staff time because when we do these updates, we meet with the staff at each school, and then we actually staff go out into the field and we walk the entire school zone to see what signage is there. I mean, we have inventories, but this is like the on-the-ground spot checks to make sure we're catching everything we want to as we upgrade the school zone. So that takes obviously a lot of time to get out there, inventory everything and then create signage and marking plans for each school. So that's just kind of what each school zone update entails. Just lots of conversations, lots of follow-up, lots of in the field work. And that way we make sure we're covering everything.
Thank you. Other questions? Want to respect your time and.
I can give an example of, we actually talked to Nottingham last week, and this is actually a great way to identify things like quick build projects. So I can pull this draft up right now, where we were talking to the school about, where's your pickup, where's your drop off, what issues are you seeing? And they mentioned this crossing here at Ohio and 30th was an area where they see lots of people crossing, and it's really not, it's kind of a long crossing. So as part of the retrofit, we just drafted up a way to use markings and bollards to help shorten that crossing, and then put the yield to pedestrian crossing right here, just knowing that it's a place where we're going to see lots of kids crossing in the morning and in the afternoon. So it's just a really good example of how these retrofits are helping to increase safety overall, not just reducing the speed limits at the schools.
Yes, and I actually want to mention something because I had the opportunity to drive on Little Falls today along a fairly long stretch, and the county has done a lot of markings and bollards, flexible bollards along that road. A lot of improvements, and probably they're just trying to survey, how things are going around that neighborhood. So.
Thank you for, you got me thinking about something that beyond the school zones, if there is a round 4 later, let's see, somehow I got muted. Okay. Can you hear me now? We good?
Yeah.
Okay. That, like, there are places where we have what I call super stops, where one bus pulls up, will fill entire 70-passenger school bus and pull out. So there's a lot of activity that's not around a school, it's away from a school, but is most definitely sort of a satellite school zone. And I don't know if there's thoughts going forward of considering the speed limits around there. I think about Scott Street and 12th, Courthouse and 12th. That area has multiple buses that do full rounds, and so there's a lot of kids in there. If we go to a 4th round.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And that's something we can coordinate with APS. And if those places are pretty static, they don't move very often, then we can certainly help to, make some kind of treatment to improve safety.
Well, did you have anything else that you wanted to show us, Christine, or is that it for today?
For speed cameras, we are going into procurement very soon. So that's great news. The selection committee's all ready. So as soon as we get as soon as bids close, we can hopefully get that contract on the ground and start moving fast.
Jillian, do you have a question?
Yeah, on speed cameras, I know you guys got the grant to work up that policy. Has that policy been published
No.
yet? Where are we on that process?
It wasn't a great technical assistance project, to be honest. The consultant left a lot to be desired. So we are currently in the process of taking what they gave us and then creating a path forward from it in terms of policy. And so we will share the results of that, and then what we've been able to kind of, because what we wanted to see was more guidelines on like where they can be placed and how often do we rotate them, and just more specific parameters. What hours are they operating? And just get that clarification, and we're just not quite there yet. So we'll share more information as we're able to spend more time on it ourselves and collaborate with ACPD and APS and the county to get to a better place, I think, on where the guide, because what they gave us was kind of like these are the steps you need to take. And it was like, okay, well, we need to take those steps now. So yeah, we're working on that one, and we'll keep you posted as soon as we have an update.
Okay, is there a timeline? Because originally the timeline, we've blown past the original timeline of having things in this year.
We will have that in place before we get a vendor. because the intent is to be able to hit the ground running as soon as that vendor is available to start installations pretty much. So we're looking at spring.
Thank you. So
maybe sooner, but we'll say spring.
I think we're looking at having probably 2 more meetings as we wind down. February and May, I think, is what we're going to try to do. So do you think February would have some better updates, or do you think it'll be more like May?
I think we can shoot for February for sure.
Okay. All right. Jillian, do you have one more? We got to wrap this section up.
No.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Look forward to you at our next meeting, which I think will be in person, but I look forward to that. So we have improving major crossings for walk bike access to school. Oh, I love what I think we always love when what you bring to our committee. So thank you. Do you need to share?
Yes, I'll take it from here, Josh, and
Thank
you. I'll do my best. The first item is about Carlin Springs. Actually, there are 2 items sort of belongs to this item list. One is we have gotten support from school, from APS, to resolve some easement challenge, and we are poised to start construction on the signalized intersection at the corner of Kenmore. So that is Carlin Springs and forgot the crossing road, 3rd, I think.
3rd Street, yes, it's 3rd Street.
Yes. So by doing that, right now it's a span wired signal, which means there are some technology not available on that because you can't hand a lot of the things on the strings. So once we upgrade that to mass arm, it would allow us better timing and everything for the pedestrian crossing and things like that. And we are just anticipating this is going to be a sort of construction by our own on-call contractor. So we're hoping we'll hit the ground early next year to get going. This is one. Another item is a little bit tucked away, but 7th Road South, right at the south border of Campbell. We have a mid-block crossing that's very much close to the school's back door access, almost like that. The crossing was marked, and also the curb was improved a couple years back. We pulled the curb out, shortened the crossing, make it more obvious, but because the road curves, the horizontal curve, and also with on-street parking, it still make it a little bit challenging when, especially the elementary kids are crossing there. So really based on public feedback, and also the board have conversation with us, and we are going to install the flashing beacon there for kids to push and cross. And that should give the cars some more, advance notice of knowing somebody is crossing there. Actually, the installation may happen either this month or next. So I'm saying that's gonna come up momentarily. That's about Carlin Springs, sort of the crossings we're talking about, besides what the Vision Zero team is doing on the school slow zone items. Another item on the agenda is about John Marshall, which Kathy has already said. Again, the event that led to some of these latest work is very unfortunate. We don't want to, ever see this type of reason for acting quickly. But this is the sort of the design map of what we designed to do at that location. And I'm going to share with you some pictures of what we actually did in the past weekend. So let me get to the pictures. You can see the additional hashed out marking and bollards at the corner of the street. Again, we've received feedback when we are at a public meeting with the neighbors. They talk about cars parked right at the corner up against the crosswalk, which, you know, is a danger for them. So these treatment, we are able to prevent illegal parking, also tightening up the throat of the intersection. That would discourage cars of shoulder by shoulder parking there, acting as a 2-lane facility when actually it's just 1 lane. The little dash line carved out is actually the bike lane. And from this angle, you can see we marked the dashed line for the bike lanes to give it more definition of bike lane crossing. This would also help the cars identify where the edge of the traveled way is. So when they are gauging to make a turn, they have a better definition of what the road dimension is. Also, we extended the median and so that create buffer for the crosswalk. Hopefully that's going to create a little bit sort of a refuge area while people are crossing the longer distance. Of course, with the curb bump out, we're hoping that the crossing is being shortened and make it easier for pedestrians to cross. So a couple more pictures of the layout of this intersection. These things are done, and there is still an ongoing always stop study at this location. Police has collected additional data. They have actually done an enforcement stint at there. So we have acquired additional data, and the Division 0 team is also monitoring the performance of this interim improvement. And we're going to gather all those information, including the public feedback, and fold them into the final decision of that always stop, which will come out, if not January, February of 2023. So these are the 2 items, Josh, I think on the calendar for the major crossings.
Yes, so thank you on that. Dave McBride gives thrilled comments to the 3rd Street improvements. A question I have, and then Jillian's got a question. With the masthead, will that, because you know one of our big challenges is walking area in Carlin Springs, will we regain some ground space, or will it take more ground space in the travel path when we have these new sidewalk or these new signalization put in?
The signal at this location, I don't believe it's gonna take away like a travel way west. However, it's gonna create, I believe, at one corner where we didn't have any room, it's gonna create the bump out to make all the ramps ADA accessible, which typically means wider corner, larger ramp. So it's going to be improvement but modest improvement.
Okay, thank you. And the one comment of, you know, the perpetual thing on South Carlin Springs of helping to enforce the speed limit along that road. So, you know, that is longstanding. This committee has spent years looking at Carlin Springs. You know, we've acknowledged through all of this. I'm always grateful of everything you do, knowing that there's only so much land Arlington County owns, the lack of appetite to take land by eminent domain, and even if you wanted to, the cost that would be, and the fact that we don't own, that it moves into Fairfax and VDOT, et cetera. Jillian has a question.
Yeah, one quick comment on Carlin Springs, just a reminder when you're just designing those curb cuts, there are a lot of kids that bike to Kenmore, and poorly designed curb cuts can be really hard if you have wheels, any kind of wheels, strollers, bikes, unicycles, whatever. But if you can stay away from those right angle channelized curb cuts and make sure that the curb cut works if you have wheels, whether you're going south or whether you're going east, north or west, you know, whichever way you're trying to cross the road. Arlington doesn't always do that, and it would be great if we could make sure that we could. But really excited to see all of these projects and I very much appreciate that Arlington has had this massive response to the fatal crash on Little Falls. I'm surprised that I'm not hearing more about 2nd Street. 2nd Street South, where there was also a fatal crash. Have you guys done anything there? Can you talk about what studies and what's going on in that part of the county?
Well, thanks for reminding me. Actually, I meant to talk about their. So we conducted a field visit with a couple board members and with community sort of advocates in front of Fleet and TJ School. And we've basically walked the site, not only the 2nd and 2nd and Irvin. No, actually it's Old Glebe and 2nd, but also 1st and Old Glebe and all that. So 1st and Old Glebe, we have decided warranted to do a always stop at 1st and Glebe, which would make that intersection, although car traffic wise may not be heavy, but it's such a highly sort of utilized pedestrian drop-off area and kids walking. So we recognize those special reasons, and we are aim at finishing up the always stop installation by end of next week. We are working against the temperature, trying to get it in there. So this one will be done. 2nd and Old Glebe, the crash was a very unfortunate DUI. And that location is an always stop. But we talked about what are the additional things we could do to improve the area as as a whole. Part of that is what Christine has already talked about, some of the additional school slow zone items. There are also discussion about the pickup and drop off activity. Is there a better way to help regulate that? Is there better way to form some kind of guidance, maybe to help the flow? So some of those works are being, I will say, conducted because the community center is there. There may be some joint opportunities. So we are looking into those. At this point, I really don't have anything specific that I can, discuss. But just so you know, this entire area is being looked at. And we sincerely hope the always stop at 1st would provide some kind of relief to the kids that be dropped there.
Thank you for that.
And this, I have one more question, if it's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
On the stop studies, you mentioned you were looking at traffic volume, and then you mentioned on just now that you also look at the number of people currently walking and biking in an area. Do you also look at the wider context of the road? For example, when there is a street where there's no stoplight and no stop sign for a long stretch, do you look at an opportunity to stop the traffic when you find that people are speeding?
Yes, that is one factor that we look at. And also, as part of the Vision Zero, again, I'm just so happy we have this policy guiding us. We are trying to look into the spirit of what we are checking, getting out of just looking at pure numbers, what is the difference between 50 and 49, but looking at the spirit. So proximity with school, pedestrian activity level, area character, and also the neighborhood input. Those are all factors that we're looking into. And we're trying to basically use some of these thoughts to guide our always stop decision. And I think you probably start to see the change already, that at locations Josh, you remember that 12th and Rolf, right? Remember we talked about it in one of our ACTC, and I was so happy. A few months later, I can tell you we're getting it in, right? So
It was beautiful. Yes.
Things like this is happening. That's what I'm. Yeah.
I wanted to offer something. You were talking about TJ. So when my son was there, that little parking lot that was for the community center, whenever I had to drop my son off, I would often just pull into that community center to do the drop off. And I don't know if there's an opportunity there to encourage through the schools. I don't know what that would look like to encourage drop off there instead of having parents wander up closer to Fleet, because to me it was a benefit. The complaint to my son had, of course, was I was dropping him off on the opposite side of the school from where he had to enter. So there would have to be some coordination to incentivize that.
That is one thing we are looking at, given the fact there are multiple parking lots, is there a way, of course, if we're encourage parents to utilize certain facility, we want to make sure it is always available in certain condition. You don't want to one day there's fully packed with cars, another day so there needs to be some kind of arrangement being made. So the team is looking into that.
Thank you so much for all this, and Wei, thank you for what you've offered us. And I need us to move on to, we've been trying to keep us all on time here. That the next thing I'm so thrilled and excited about is the student fare-free transit program. I can put my other hat on as a teacher, and I have seen a difference in the classroom, this program. So I'm looking forward to your updates on this.
Thanks, Josh. So actually, I have Lynn here with us, and I want to we've had a wonderful partnership with the county in rolling out this fare-free program this school year. And so I'll kind of share our data, and then I know Lynn has exciting data to share for her on her side. So when we started this program in August, the intent was to really focus on our secondary students, our middle and high school students, and roll out this fare-free program. At that time, we had a limited amount of cards, so we had 800 cards to start with, but we thought that was a good way to kind of roll out this program. We have transportation coordinators at every school, including our elementary schools. So, and I want to also give credit to Michael Tapama, who is here on our meeting as well, because he has been instrumental in rolling this program out to our schools. Is that we had a training session with our transportation coordinators in early September to explain the program. And then our office actually issues the card, because while there is no fare for the students to ride the ART bus, these cards are valuable. And we wanted to acknowledge that and to make sure that we could register the students through WMATA. So if in case they lost the card, they could be reissued one. If they wanted to add fare to take Metro, they could also do that. So our office thought that it'd probably be the easiest to register the cards through our office. The transportation coordinators would handle all the applications. So we have an online application available, as well as printed out applications if students feel more comfortable. They send it to our office. Michael does the registration, the heavy lift, and then we distribute all the cards through school mail to our schools. And I can happily say, and Lynn probably just heard this too, is that the 800 cards they gave us initially has pretty much all been distributed, and the timing is perfect because Lynn and her team received additional 3,000 cards about 2 weeks ago, and they were able to give us some more, and then the commuter store also has additional cards. So Lynn, if you'd like to share your data, that would be great.
Yes, we're very excited about the program too, and we're continuing to see a steady uptick in the ridership. Let's see, I'm going to share our most recent information, and this is from November. Let's see if I can share this here. Here we go. So in the month of November, we saw a total of 9,000 students who have been using and taking advantage of the Fare Free program. A majority of the students are using their cards and are riding Fare Free. We do see a percentage of students that are continuing to pay cash. And part of that, we initially looked at how our fare boxes are programmed. They still are some cards that are out there, quite a number of cards that are out there that when they tap the fare box, it says $1 is required. And in some cases, the student is paying the cash and then they're moving on. And then in most cases, the operator is just noting that it's a student card and allowing the student to ride for free. So we're working on getting that number higher with regards to what percentage are riding fare free. And in November, it was 76%. This next graph just shows overall for the month of November how how students have been utilizing the service. You see the up and down. Where you see the graph going down is the weekends, but if you notice, it's not down to completely zero. So that means the students are actually starting to use the cards on the weekends, which is a good thing as well. And we anticipate that we will see even more or less fluctuation, I should say, as we endeavor to bring Metrobus onto the program as well. The next graph I see that you see here is just really an overview of the routes themselves and the schools that are impacted, and just show how many are riding fare free using the cards and those that are still using cash. And as we're noting each month, that yellow bar that indicates that a student is still paying $1 or it's registering as $1 is getting smaller and smaller. And
Is there an
yes,
opportunity to have maybe the bus drivers be given a little slip, a package of slips of paper that when that happens, they can just hand them a little slip of paper that says, hey, go see your principal or go see your school?
I tell you, great minds think alike, Josh, because we actually have talked about and have done a little bit of that.
Okay.
And Kathy, I know we've talked about that as well in our meetings. Is the operators is referring them back to the schools as much as they can. Now the thing that the operators have been told is, when a student gets on, if they have a card, or even at this point, if they appear to be a student, they're allowing them to get on. But we really need the student to have a card in their hands for us to be able to track the ridership. But also getting prepared for when we bring Metro on, they'll have to have a card to use Metro Bus. And even if the students or parents want to put fares on the cards to even use Metro Rail, that is the reason why we need them to have the cards in place, and also to show a level of responsibility as well. This slide, this graph here is just showing just more of a breakdown of the routes, and Kathy, I believe you have these graphs as well that can be shared if others want to take a little bit of a deeper dive into this information. And this is just really showing a breakdown of the routes and how students are using it. And this has been the course of since we started the pilot back in January. And you see where the numbers got a little lower, but not completely during the summer. And then we started back up and ramped back up, and you can see the numbers got even higher with the beginning of the school year. And the last one, next to the last one I have is just another graphic just showing how the overall student ridership looks with regards to those who are riding for free and those who are still have cash, or cash is showing up as noted on our fare boxes. And we're good with graphs here. And this is just a last graph just to show you where the ridership has been since the beginning of the school year. If you'll note, in August, we started out with about 5,400 students, and now we're up to a little over 9,000. We're averaging about it's really about 387. We tend to look at October because there aren't really any holidays. Obviously, in November, we had Thanksgiving Day and we have some holidays there. So you see the numbers on an average is just a little bit lower, but overall, the percentage of students that are riding fare free is growing and has been growing since the beginning of the year. The one other thing, and I think that was my last graph, the other thing I'll just mention is that we are making adjustments to Route 75, the Kenmore route, starting in January. We know that there's been some issues with the bell time in the PM. And so we're adjusting the trip for that bell time to make sure all the students get on board. We are happy to say we have not left any students behind, but the issue has been what appears to be some crowding on a particular trip, or when the bus does arrive. Right now, the bus tends to get full right away. And so our operators have been engaging, the supervisors have engaging the routes and making sure, number one, that no students are left. And number two, just to gauge how quickly that congestion goes away. And they're reporting that within about 4 or 5 minutes, students are pretty much off the bus, and that's in the PM. But everything seems to be going well. We've got the influx of cards. Cards are at our commuter stores right now, and so things are looking up. And we're hoping that after the first of the year, probably by the end of the first quarter, we will have our agreement in place with Metrobus, so we can have access as well. So we're excited about it.
Well, thank you. So I have a question that I'll let you roll that question into and then I'll let Jillian ask her together so you can roll them together. What if you were giving a overly conservative estimate? I invite you to be overly conservative. When do you think we could expect students to be able to start riding Metro buses? And then you don't need take Jillian's question and then roll it all into one big question.
Okay. And is the question in the chat? I guess I need to.
I have a bunch of little questions. I have a bunch of clarifying questions about the presentation. So if you want to just answer Josh's first, that's fine.
Okay, with regards to Metrobus, we have to have agreement with them, and both our board and the Metro board has to sanction that. And we have it's been a little slow on the Metro side in getting that information. We do have guidance with regards to agreements that they have in place with DC, with Montgomery County, with Fairfax County. So we're going to take a different approach to actually provide them what we feel the agreement is. We already had initial conversations with them. And so we think, I think our goal will be by the end of the first quarter, which would be by the end of March. Could be sooner than that, but that's what I'm thinking right now.
Great, thank you. And I got Dave McBride in the chat, thrilled with the 75 adjustment and giving great praise to your art drivers who are patient and kind with the middle schoolers. And Libby's thrilled to hear it too. So go ahead, Jillian, with your clarifying questions, and we'll try to wrap this one up in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, if I can just ask a bunch of little clarifying questions. So when you, on the presentation, you say riders a lot of times in the statistics, but do you mean individual people? Like if my daughter took it 5 times in a week, is she 1 or is she 5?
She's 5.
Okay, so those are those are trips. They're not people.
That's
okay.
correct.
Gotcha. And when you say the fare free percentage, are kids actually having to pay cash, or they tap their thing, it says $1, and then the bus driver says, oh, I'm sorry about that, go ahead?
There's a combination that's happening right now, and that's been based on the cards that were issued back in the spring. Some of them still say $1. And you have the situation where students are tapping the card and they're paying at the same time. And you also have students that are tapping the card and the operator is catching them. So there's a combination. So we think we've come to some way of reprogramming the fare box so that once it's tapped, immediately it indicates it actually, we've been hopefully teaching the students that when you hear the fare box buzz, that means you're okay, go. And so it's just a combination of what's happening with the students and the operators.
Okay. And to Kathy's point about getting the cards. So, and this is just my big comment. about all of this. All of this is great news. It is super exciting. We've been, this committee has been pushing for this for a long time. It's really great for both the county and the school system. It's excellent. The communications, however, have not been excellent. And a lot of people don't know this is going on. They don't know what is, what the ins and outs are, how to get the cards, how, whether the cards that they had already will still work, whether, all of that stuff. And I appreciate that you've trained the transportation coordinators at each school, but that hasn't filtered to the public, at least in all the schools that I'm involved in. I think Kenmore might be the exception, but like in Gunston, none of the parents know about it.
Actually, so I can answer that, Jillian. Not only have we had training with the schools, it's on our website. The application is online for any APS student to apply to. They can go to their transportation coordinator. They can apply online. They have to use their APS device because it's a Google form tied to their APS account. So I think that might be a challenge for some of the transportation coordinators as they're working with their students. But I can tell you that out of a lot of the schools that we've been working with, Jefferson has a huge amount of applications that have been processed. HB Woodlawn, WNL. So we have had some really, really great folks like getting the word out. So it also could be some of the schools Michael and I were talking about it. How do we encourage the transportation coordinators to send it out during their weekly announcements? I know HB does it, on their video announcements. They have it on an iPad. The students can scan a QR code. The application comes up. They can apply anywhere, while they're in school. So if you have better ideas, they cannot apply. We cannot open this Google form to everybody, to the public. That's why it has to be through their APS device. Because what we're trying to do is be respectful of art in terms of the value of these cards. So we can't just give them out without registering them. So that is how we've been trying to do that. So
that's fair. And we don't have time to get into all of this. Maybe another, we can have a side conversation about it, but it's not filtering through in all the schools. And I think you can probably tell, like you said, in your data, what schools it's not filtering through to, and it's not public. I appreciate that you guys updated the page that you have on it that Libby posted, but even that one, like, I have a million questions just reading it through now.
So I need to move us along.
We can reach out and talk.
Yeah. So if you two maybe want to connect afterwards. But I got it.
But I think, right. I appreciate that. But this is one of the problems of like not having these meetings and not continuing this conversation. This is one of the biggest things that I think we are doing to improve county schools coordination and save everybody money and improve service for everybody. And we don't have time to even talk about it. So we need more space to talk about this kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, we'll bring this back in February because I think it's one of these things that it's building on itself greatly, and I'm excited. Chris, do you have a quick question, or is it something we need to do in a follow-up? Because I want to try and move us on to the Bell Times study.
I believe it is like a 2-word answer
Okay.
question. I see a huge number of people writing the Art 41. Do we have a sense of what schools they are potentially going to or from?
yes, and actually what I'll share with you too is a link. So give me just a little bit of time. I have these all pulled up. So here we go. So what I'm going to share with you is a link, and that will also talk to our next subject that Andrew will talk to you about the Bell Times. But on November 10th at the school board meeting, we were asked to give a monitoring report on operational efficiencies. So what I've shared in the link is the actual monitoring report. And what we had provided as staff, if you go to page 25, and it starts at page 25, is a lot of data. that supports the operational efficiency report, and a lot had to do with transportation. And so we also had Route 41, and that's what I'm going to pull up. So Route 41, which is very popular with the students, supports the Columbia Pike Ballston Courthouse corridor. And that corridor truly supports our students at Washington Liberty, as well as Career Center. And I was able to talk to Lynn and her team, Lauren, to really talk about these routes to see. And as you know, Route 75 supports Kenmore Middle students heavily. So that has been wonderful, those two major routes.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But I'm looking up I have two screens in weird places. Who is going to be talking about the bell time follow-up?
So we have Andrew Spencer, and I believe he's here, and he can follow up. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't want to beat it up too much. The bell time study was created and done and implemented in September. The first thing we noticed starting out the school year, great success in that it placed us in a better place for tiering the buses. And there was always a question about next route, or at the end of a route, can we make it? And what the bell time study did for us, it gave us that ample time to finish one and move to the next tier. We've had some challenges of late, but the bell time study was definitely a benefit for the transportation, in that we gained some time to move the buses point A to point B to point C, and then to have a place where we could actually start our hidden tier, the fourth tier, the late run buses.
And
so it's worked for transportation thus far.
Right, Josh, and I'd like to follow up because Andrew has really, been really on the operational, on the boots on the ground, and he's seen how it's helped his staff, because we still are short drivers, as Andrew can share with you. What we right now have is we have 110 general education routes and 48 special education routes. We do not have 158 drivers. Right. So what the bell time has allowed Andrew to do is to meet all those route requirements and not be delayed as much for the start time for each school. Andrew, you can, talk more about it if you'd like.
Yeah, well, it has allowed us that opportunity. When you add statically on top of that, the driver shortage, if we were in the same operational awareness as we were before with the old bell schedules, there's no way. But it has allowed us, as our driver pool has shrank through a lot of different reasons, we've got that time between the tiers in the AM and the PM to at least head in that direction in better time, with the addition of county-wide programs. We definitely picked up the pace with our county-wide obligations, especially when it came to the choice schools.
Do you have a sense, and maybe you guys don't have this number, so you could bring it to us maybe in our next meeting, of on-time percentage last year compared to this year? Is there some high-level number you can give us?
We have actually for this year, Josh, so if I may share my screen, the presentation that I had spoken about, the school board presentation on November 10th, has a lot of that information that it's possible if this committee would like to review it, and then they can ask more questions at the next meeting. So let me just quickly, I'm hoping I can do this properly because I've got a lot of different screens up. Hold on one second. If you're able to see this, and let me know if I need to zoom in. This is what I'm talking about, is when we gave the operational efficiency, when the Assistant Superintendent of Facilities and Operations gave the operational efficiencies update, they gave a summary of the operational efficiencies in some of our service areas. Then they also provided a lot of backup data in the appendices. So what you'll see here are the bell times, and this is the tier 1. So this is the first group of schools. You'll see how many routes are assigned to each school and then the bell time. So you'll see in tier 1, we have 119 routes. In tier 2, we have 90 routes, which are mostly focused on our high school, secondary school routes. And then on tier 3, this is our heaviest load. It's 130 routes. So you'll see that, and before we used to actually have more tiers. We used to have 5 tiers. And this at least allows Andrew's team to make sure that we try to get these schools on time. And in terms of operational efficiency and on-time arrival, I believe that was an earlier slide. So let me see if I can remember and jump to it quickly.
Because we went through a whole lot of because we went through a whole lot of rigmarole to get there, and so it says 86%. But yeah, if you can speak on the percentages, and would you say that we, obviously we wish we had more drivers. Are we able to control? Are we getting? Are we seeing efficiencies? Would you call it successful?
Right.
Yes.
So if you can see this, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely. In looking at the presentation as it was given, there are a lot of issues that were beyond transportation's control. I'll just give you an example. If we've got a drop off at this particular time, we had to work through many instances where the bus arrives on time, but we could not dismiss the kids from the bus until an authority figure said clear the buses. And we always built in a 5-minute wait. Once we get to the schools, we unload, but we had to fight with that, and that would put us late to the next one, that trickle down effect would make us later to the next tier. So some of those things we actually work down individually. Like when we show up, we have to get off the bus. In the afternoon, we can't wait to load one bus at a time, because the clock is ticking for us. We've only got so much route time and wait time to get to our next tier or our next level. But those issues helped. Once we drew them down, that actually helped with our on time performance.
Thank you. Jillian, you have a question?
Yeah, so I appreciate the presentation. I looked through it, and it leaves me with more questions than answers, actually. There's a lot of data, but then the data doesn't always add up. So for example, it's super great that you presented the number of routes per school, and then you presented the number of routes per the week you were looking at. But the routes over that 5-day week for each school is not a number divisible by 5. It's not the number of routes times 5, which is what you would expect, right? If there are 11 routes for a school, 5 days, you would expect 5 data points. And then it's not that. It's not even any number divisible by 5 for most of the schools. So it's not clear what is being presented exactly. And to Josh's point, it's in a vacuum. So it's the number of kids who got to school on time, but that's not compared to last year. So you can tell from school to school whether one particular school has a problem, but you can't tell whether we actually improved over last year, which is the whole point of the bell time study. And then the other thing that we talked about a lot last year was that it wasn't just that some kids were showing up late to school every once in a while. It was that certain routes were consistently late, right? And that's another thing you can't tell from the data that was presented to the school board. If, for these schools that have 9% of the kids late, it's 9%. If it's 9% randomly is not a big deal, but if 9% of the kids are late every single morning,
right, and we're able to
deal,
track
right?
that, and so we are sharing this data with our schools, because they are also aware, and it's very important for them to receive children on time, to start on time. So what we had not been doing last year was tracking this data as closely as we are this year. So we don't have the data from last year. I don't know if we're able to pull past historical data. We are tracking the data now, and we're paying more attention to it. And when you have a driver shortage, while we have assigned routes, we have had to double up routes. So we've had to double up routes. We've had to split routes. So Route 455 one day may have to be split up into Route 812 and Route 90. And it depends on what stops are closest to the routes that associate with that other route. It's very hard. I can tell you, Andrew and his team struggle with it when you have call outs. And when we started this school year, we started with fewer drivers than we ended with last school year. We are in a much better position right now. Andrew's team has done a great job in trying to recruit and go to fairs. But the routing is, while we like to say it's an exact science, it's not. Not when it's very highly dependent on our drivers. Go ahead, Andrew. I know you want to say something.
I also wanted to point out, I can't speak to what was done before, but I know now, since I've been there, what we do, ma'am, is we track GPS. We track GPS in real time. And with the addition of this new software, Where's the Bus app, that was just another layer of Where's the Bus. So before even Where's the Bus, I can tell you in real time daily where a bus is. And we've got benchmarks. Every route is created with a beginning and an end. The end, we call that the anchor. I'm just making this up. If we set an anchor at 8 o'clock, then we're going to back that route up, I'm just making this up, to 7 o'clock. So we're on route, deadhead, to stop at the school. And anytime that bus doesn't make that anchor, say at 8 o'clock, there's a flag, and we record that flag. Now, I can't say what they did last year, but I do know this year we even and Kathy did a great job of explaining. One bus driver could equal 6 subs on a daily basis. It's not every now and then; it's every day. We double routes, triple routes. We do double backs. Then we've got those added issues. If a bus has discipline, we've got to go back to the school, which is going to make us late forward. But we track that via the GPS in real time. I can tell you where a bus is. I can tell you where a bus is right now. So when we're routing, as far as our on-time performance compared to last year, I can't speak to that. But I can tell you that this year, once I pull that real-time GPS data and I'm not in the red at, say, 8 o'clock, then we've met our on-time performance measure. And we do track that.
So just when I was on the Bell Time Study Task Force, and we were given numbers on on-time performance for last year. So I don't know what those numbers were, but there were numbers. And the really appreciate the Where's the Bus app. That has been huge for communications. Unfortunately, it seems like the communications when Where's the Bus isn't working haven't been great. And so, when you've had to double up routes, if my kid is on route 720 and 720 has to be paired with another route, I'm not getting the notification of that.
Yes,
which
you are, because
let me. I want to take this.
I mean, I'm
okay.
not.
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
It's happened. It's been happening at Escuela Key a lot lately.
Yes, ma'am.
And people are. It's causing a huge problem at the elementary school level.
Absolutely. If
I'm
I can
just
explain.
telling you, the communications are breaking down.
Okay. What we do is 99% of our time, we actually go old school. We don't rely on the software. The software, the Where's the Bus app has limitations. If you can picture it in your mind, if there's bus number 1 and bus number 1 is down for service, down for an accident, and we've got to we've got to split that between 3 routes, which is every day. Every day. In fact, just before I left today, we had to split one route between 4 drivers because that one driver, he took 3 stops. Another driver took 2 stops. One of the drivers actually took a couple of stops. Now, the software, it does not understand, and there's no input that will allow us to say this many changes. We're very limited. So what we do is we back up to old school. What's going to happen in the dispatch section, they're going to pick the phone up. They're going to call the schools every single day, AM and PM, and we're going to identify bus changes. Bus 517 is covering this, and this with bus number 210. Bus 210 has been subbed to cover its route by this bus and that bus. So there are limitations to what information we can put into where's the bus. That's just the nature of the beast, and the vendor will tell us that. So we tend to go old school. That's where the information is lost. We give the schools broken route information, sub bus information every day. We run a spreadsheet.
I appreciate that, but something's breaking down.
So
The parents aren't getting the information. So if you think you're giving it to the school and check you're done, that's not working.
So I think what I'm hearing is that while we're getting the on-time performance better, it's still getting that communication down of how routes are being split is still a challenge. You know, it is certainly an art, a science. It'd be nice if transportation had access to the school messaging apps so that maybe transportation doesn't have to call the school for the school to call the people. Maybe it's possible that school talk software could become something that transportation would have access to. I don't know if that's an option, but that might help slow the telephone game. But Andrew, I do appreciate I'm not even going to say the word right. The major work that you are doing in transportation to hold it together with duct tape and hammers. So I'm looking at my list because I want to keep us on time with things. The transportation planning and capital project updates from the county. Who's going to drive that one, Kathy? And Andrew, thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I think Way's coming back online. I know Valerie does manage a lot of it, but I think Way's here. So.
Yeah, the information I'm sharing here is coming from Valerie. I'm just sort of, she gave me a lot of details so I can carry the items for them. I'm going to go item by item. The first one is about South George Mason Drive multimodal study. This one, I think the connection with school is Wakefield High School, which belongs to the segment 3 of that long corridor study. The virtual community meeting for phase 3 for this study has been rescheduled for January of 23. And the project team, because the reason being the project team has identified some more details that need to be ironed out, more specifically for the South 4 Mile Run Drive intersection. It's a very complicated intersection with the major and the minor owning a very short distance away from each other. Even yesterday, we were having internal meeting talking about it. This literally a 6-leg intersection. So we want to spend a little bit more time, provide a safer and better option, especially because bus, transit is also utilizing the minor. So again, something we believe that's going to be better, going to come out, and it will be communicated, engaged with the public in January. And the bottom line sort of goal, part of the goal for that corridor study is we want to create a connected bicycle and pedestrian facility. So this remains to be one of the main goals of the study and the project. Now I'm going to move to the next one. This one I have more intimate knowledge about. This is the Military Road and Nelly Costas Drive intersection safety improvements, AKA the roundabout. So we have conducted another public open house with the neighbors in that area on November 29th, got a lot of good feedback. And so currently county staff is working on the design, basically getting the design in there, and then following the design will be procurement, construction. It's going to take some time. So what we have heard loud and clear from the public is part of the uncomfortableness with that roundabout comes from the temporary treatment, the temporary setup that was meant for to be a pilot. now the pilot is over. We have collected good data. We have had, a really good information informing the next steps and design. What do we do in between now and when the project actually breaks ground? So the decision is we are not just yanking it out and leave the intersection back, return it to the previous stage again, because we don't want to frequently change the pattern, change driver expectation. But we also don't want to leave that full of bollards and just marking sort of softer treatment in there for longer than a year. So actively, we're working on an interim improvement, which would introduce some what we call semi-permanent treatment, including the center island, the splitter islands. We're going to try to make it more like a real project than a temporary one. Our Water Sewer Streets Bureau is working closely with us. We are coming up with designs together, and we will try to introduce, basically implement this interim improvements early next year, January, February-ish. So that's the current plan. Have to say, if there's any bigger snow events that coming in those 2 months, then we may ended up changing the schedule. But right now, we're hoping we don't get too much snow and we can get this thing done. The next item is 8th Road North and Lexington Street, the sidewalk projects. This one affects Ashlong Elementary. The project is substantially completed. Road paving is scheduled for this Friday, which it's the day after tomorrow. And planting of trees is also scheduled for this month, weather permitting. The last item, Arlington Ridge Road and South June Street. This is Gunston Middle School sort of area. And we are building curb extensions, median and pet refuge, ADA curb ramps and crosswalk and all that. The construction is expected to start around December 19th, while school is out. And contractor is currently installing the sediment control in preparation for the construction. So in the construction field, we consider that actually already started when the sediment control items are being deployed. So this is momentarily going to come up. That's all I have. And any questions on these?
So one question that came up as you were talking about those capital and improvement issues, and I just want to see if I can capture and summarize it into one. They were talking about bus shelters on Carlin Springs and 3rd, because the idea just popped in the head as we were talking about this. As the traffic light is replaced there, would there be an opportunity to add a bus shelter with all the construction that's happening right there? Since we do have a lot of kids now utilizing that 75 bus, would there be some opportunity as that intersection is worked on?
Based on what I recall was the design for Carlin Springs and 3rd, I don't believe the bus shelter is part of that.
Is there okay, go ahead.
Is there an option to add one? Unfortunately, no, because once the design is finalized and it's sort of the NTP is given to the contractor, that's basically like a contract. Adding or yanking out anything will cause additional delay and cost. Okay. So I want to just very generally explain that most of the times when we can, we try to incorporate projects with the big ones concept, basically. We try to do more at the same location if we happen to be upon that. There are limitations of how much we can do, though. For example, the funding source for the signal improvement come from one pot, and it's designated to be used for these things only. There may be stars line up. There may be things that we can pull together. Sometimes there isn't. The way we gauge is that whenever we can, without significantly sacrifice the timeline, we will include more. The pedestrian ramp and the curb bumps are a very traditional one. But If that causes significant delay, then sometimes we have to make a decision, say, hey, get the things that can be done first. So that's part of that. But I very much noted your comment about bus shelter and other things that may be included in a project. We'll keep that in mind when we are planning out our projects.
Thank you. I see one hand, and then we'll take that for our question here, and we'll see what goes from there. So let's see here. Let me get to the right screen. So I have Julio.
Yes, hi, good evening. This is Elder Julio Basurto. Thank you for this meeting. I'm glad we're being able to discuss this. I do have a large concern about that bus shelter outside of Kenmore because it's been reported to us by parents, and I'm probably going to drive by there on the next rainy day and see what's going on. But it's been reported that there are a lot of kids that sometimes, get left behind because we can't fit any more people into the R bus, and they've been very nice about, fitting as much kids as we can. But we still have that, we're still lacking that, some kind of shelter for the kids. I definitely don't want my two boys sometimes take the bus too. I don't want them out there, in the cold rain or in snow or whatever weather there is. That's one. What can we do to push that along? I don't think it's, I'm even going to grab a few fathers and just make a makeshift shelter if I need to, but we can't have kids out there. You know what I mean? We can't have them out there in the rain. That's one. And two, when you are doing the changes for the lights, will you also be coordinating the rest of the lights on South Carlin Springs Road? It seems like some of them aren't completely coordinated, and it contributes to the traffic.
Well, thanks for that input. We definitely check the coordination periodically. Sometimes there could be change in traffic pattern or change in some of the signal timing that could cause a cascading effect. And thank you for that. I will go back and ask the team to check that one. By the way, I think the 6th, so South Carlin Springs and 6th, that intersection is also coming up soon in queue for the upgrade. And we are hoping that we can actually do some left turn protection improvements with that upgrade project. That would also trigger what you just mentioned about retiming the coordination. And thank you for the comment. I think Lynn has put in something about the bus stop. Lynn, you want to talk about that one?
Excuse me. Yes, I was just going to say I can have our bus stop staff to take a look at it. I know there are standards for when we actually install shelters, but I can see what's happening in that particular area.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Lynn. As we start to lean into the it's one of these things, you touch one thing and it's the butterfly effect, right? We improve one thing, we improve one aspect, and all of a sudden we realize something else needs to go. So thank you for that. And if we need to advocate for that, let us know how we can. Jillian, do you have a question?
I just put this in the chat, but we're talking about housing, protection for kids right beside school property. So if there's a problem getting it on, the official right of way as an official bus stop, maybe there's a solution of doing something on the school property, at least temporarily. Maybe it's Julio, I'll join you in building something if we can just stick it on the, like, one parking space or something.
And so I don't know, Kathy, if you can take that back to the operations people and see if there would be some opportunity to occupy a space with some kind of temporary shelter. I don't know what the logistics on that might be.
We would still have to go through use permit conditions for shelters because you need to follow safety and structural. So, I mean, we could definitely make that inquiry, but then we would have to go through permitting through the county to do that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And let's see here. I believe we now need to, and let me look at our list of who we have here, is Libby and Barbara, if we can talk for a moment on what next steps will look like for ACTC going forward. I know we're going to try and get, I'm looking at my thing, but I don't have it shared, as we have a couple, hoping to have 2 more meetings but if Barbara, Libby can talk about the vision going forward and the what goes on past this.
Sure. I think Libby and I were just texting, and I think we agreed that I would just share a few thoughts, toss it over to her, and part of what we think we should do. What do you think, Josh? Like, we have maybe 10 minutes. I know we're running a little bit late, but we also kind of want to hear from you. So let me lay out what I think things look like from where sort of I sit in working with my school board colleagues. I think you all know I became the liaison to the ACTC actually this summer. And then, of course, I'm rolling off the school board at the end of this year. And we expect my liaison assignments to be transferred directly to Bethany, but we won't know till we know. Sometimes things get moved around a little bit. So as we started this year, a number of things happened. We had heard that the previous year, this committee was not making quorum. We did not have any new applications, and we still don't for members. And our understanding is from the list that I've seen, the current members of this committee are all finishing up their 6-year terms. And we, on the school board side, I cannot speak for the county, but on the school board side, we really do try to limit participation on committees to those 6 years for the main reason that we want a variety of voices and new and different perspectives, and not have any particular committee be kind of the same feedback, only from a certain segment of the population for many, many, many years. So our understanding is that the current makeup of this committee is really all or most hitting that 6-year limit, and we don't have new interest that's been expressed. So that's one thing. But another thing I want to share is at the same time, this committee, you all know, I think very well, was founded in 2017. There was a charge that was written, and generally we think it's a good idea, a kind of best practice, to revisit, especially new charges, but to always revisit, how things were set up, how are things going now, what are the new goals, have things changed? I think a lot's changed in the last 6 years. So, how does the charge look? Is it something that needs to be refreshed or rethought? One example I have to share is what we talked about with the Aquatics Committee very recently this past year, and realized that our Aquatics Committee, while it was called a School Board Advisory Committee, was really providing advice to our aquatic staff on the operations of the pools. And when advisory committees are doing operational advice, that's not a school board advisory committee. School board is focused on policy and budget, and of course overseeing the superintendent. But it's an operational, sort of more staff advisory committee. So we actually redefined our aquatics committee as a staff advisory committee, and they just work more directly that way. As I look at what's been discussed this evening, this has been a terrific, really interesting operational discussion. So I certainly want to also ask you all about that. What are the goals of this committee as you see it? As I see it from what I've experienced so far, this very much looks like an operationally focused committee. And I think we would want to talk about how can we best exchange this information together with each other, provide feedback, provide it appropriately, use our staff's time as efficiently as possible, and make sure that we're all using everyone's time to the best that we can. And again, also ensuring that we're getting a variety of voices at the table. So those are just a few thoughts. Let me flip it over to Libby and then see if we can get some feedback from you all. Go ahead, Libby.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we'll say we maybe just a little preliminary feedback, because you've got some meetings coming up until June at least. And Josh, we do need to reappoint you chair. I'm assuming you're willing to serve out, because I think your term as chair perhaps ends this month, but we can continue that at least until June if you're willing to do that. Because we do need a chair. Yep.
That's fine. For the lucrative pay that it offers, absolutely.
Oh, we're going to double it for you. Just you're good. Yes. And I think the point about, so I've just, sort of been listening, and the point about this being more operational is really kind of spot on. And I'm trying to figure out how that makes the most sense to do, because it isn't feeling like one of your usual advisory committees. And we don't want to have, residents telling staff how to do their jobs, but feedback is important. Monitoring is an important role, actually, even for the boards. How are things actually working out? And that could be something, but I would really, I'll get a little feedback now, but really invite you all to advise us on what you see as what would be the most useful sort of way going forward. The fact that you don't have people coming, I think actually even indicates more that because it's really more operational and people don't quite know how they fit in, but the advice and stuff is important. We also have that standing committee, the joint committee on transportation choices. And that is an existing staff committee that's working really, really well. So, that's something to keep in mind. Perhaps this is a subcommittee. Perhaps they do some advising. Just need to kind of figure it out. It also strikes me how much it's totally school focused. We have on the county side, we have a transportation committee, we have a pedestrian advisory committee, we have a bicycle advisory committee. Most of the people here are actually on those commissions and advisory groups. I think on the school side, there really isn't one. And this is maybe sort of filling that gap. So then it's feeling like this is really more of an APS, really much more APS focused, which is fine. It feels like it's actually needed. So just tossed out a lot of questions and thoughts that we've got and hoping that you guys can, think about it a little bit. You've been doing this for a while, sort of see what needs to be done, but come up with a good, effective and efficient way to get this information out. And it may not be just a standing committee that has to meet a certain amount of time. It has to make quorum. It has to do this. You have to worry about, can we be in person or not? There's a lot there. There may be a better way to get this kind of feedback that isn't as formally structured that, requires a fair amount of energy to just keep that structure going.
So
does that make sense?
Yes. So let me capture a few comments and thoughts, and then I have a couple hands, and we'll just, do this for 10 minutes or so. Thank you for all that. So absolutely, this has turned into operational. While it is school focused, that was the charge was in the beginning, was getting the ways the schools in the county could work together. You missed some very exciting better know and intersection conversations that we've had over the years where we would, as a group, and Way was amazing taking our feedback and was like a magician that we would comment about, oh, this is how this is playing out and blah, blah, blah. And she would go do site visits and come back 6 months later and, she would say, well, look at, we looked at this in a different way. Because
Which is important, very important. Yeah.
And I think there was this disconnect in what the genesis of this committee was, the idea of how do things that the county do affect the schools? How do things the schools do affect the county? And how does all of them really play out? I know I'm familiar with JCTC because for years my planning periods lined up, so I actually was able to attend. But because those are during the week, during the day, during the week, that it really getting feedback from the community is challenging. And I love this idea of maybe it's not a standing committee with rigorous reporting rules and things like that, but it is, I think, really important that we continue in some form this committee where we're able to say, oh, like the art cards, and they're like, you present this, but it's like, then you get well, this is how it's actually playing out, and intersections and for a variety of things. So with that, let me go with Chris and then Jillian, and then any other comments and thoughts people have.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just say, I totally agree. I think our staff will agree that this is important feedback. It's really helpful to know how is it actually working out. So, yeah.
Thanks. I have thoughts on a number of the areas that we have talked about. First, I think the biggest issue with this committee and the reason that it's been problematic to keep people on it and to get new people for it is the name is false advertising in my experience. It says it's an advisory committee, and just like tonight's meeting, it has been 95% presentation by staff and 5% opportunity for Q&A and feedback. And that is extremely frustrating as somebody who values their time and is interested in giving feedback and trying to make things better, to have a huge percentage of the meeting eaten up by presentation. I think I had plenty of questions on a number of the topics that we talked about today that we didn't have time for. Other people had, cute questions about the topics we talked about today that didn't have time for. And there was certainly very little time for actual feedback on any of them. And in my experience, that's been every ACTC meeting that I have ever attended. They all have this monster agenda of 16 or 18 items with 5 to 10 minutes allocated for each one. Beyond that, I would say I think APS's transportation policy does need work. ACTC gave feedback on some of the PIPs that relate to transportation, and not all of it was incorporated. Jillian can talk more about that than I can. APS's transportation policy is very bus focused. There's very little policy around walking to school, or around biking to school, or around how are we handling car drop off and that sort of thing, and it shows in how people end up going to APS schools. And then I think the final thing that no, not final, I have two more things. One, I think if ACTC really goes away or meets, twice a year or whatever, I think you can expect these transportation issues won't go away. They will just make their way to a school board meeting or a county board meeting. So you're just changing the venue to one that I think is less conducive to a productive conversation and more conducive to, parents with pitchforks, throwing accusations around. And I just don't think it's productive and positive and useful. I think this has been a useful venue. What little time we have had to give feedback and conversation, I think it's helped move the ball forward. And having these conversations about, I don't get notified when, my kid ends up on a different bus because it got split into 3 routes is not something we can solve in a school board meeting. And then finally, I would say, shoot, I had one more thing. I swear to God. What was it? I will let the next person go, and I'm sure it will
just put it in the chat.
Occur to me in just a moment, and I will drop it in the chat, but I will cede my time to the next person.
Okay. Jillian.
Thanks. I'd like to co-sign everything Chris just said. And Barbara, you've heard me say a lot of that at school board meetings. I also think there's an disconnect somewhere in staff communication. I know more than one person has applied to be on ACTC. There was a time where the form was down, so people just emailed the school board office. So, I mean, Barbara, I believe you. I believe you have been told that, but people believe they are putting in applications and it's not getting to, whoever's telling you that only one application came in. So
Jillian,
that's sort of,
we checked with the school board clerk today, and we've also shared the link of the application for people who have said they were interested. And that's why we asked again today, did we receive any? And we did not. So there is a central application. It's on the website. So we did share that with folks.
Yeah, and Jillian, we have staff that are diligent about reading every email. So if something got lost in the ether and the application didn't go through, and they sent an email and said, I applied, our staff would have flagged that as well. So
if you've got an application, I bet Barbara would take it, right?
Both the schools and the county have the same no applications in.
Yeah, and I bet if you brought us it's clearly whatever's happening is not coming. So bring it in, mail it, you email it, put it in the snail mail, whatever.
I mean, I'll check back. I'll check back with people, but if you're saying only the one that went, you're only counting things that come through the form, and not anybody who's emailed. There's a problem.
No, I said our staff reads all emails, and if they sent an email, our staff would have and seen it. Absolutely.
Well, I will circle back with the people who have told me they've applied, because there's, like I said, there's some disconnect that's happening, and maybe it's just gremlins in the computers that are eating them. But if you look at the participant list today, you'll see there's a lot of people on this list. There's a lot of interest in transportation issues. There are a lot of issues that come up every day. If you are active on any of the communication forums, right? There's the Arlington Education Matters. There's various PTA groups and listservs and WhatsApp. Transportation is a very, very common theme. And so I think part of the concern I have with what's been going on this year is some message getting across that maybe transportation is all working fine and we don't need this public input and we don't need this public feedback, and therefore it's okay that we don't have these public meetings anymore. Or we have 3 public meetings for the whole school year to cover transportation. And I don't think that's right. I think what you're seeing is that, and I think even having it every other month led to the rushed pace that became more informative than actually useful for having discussions of things around transportation. And this is the condensed version. So yes, you are seeing a meeting that is very operationally focused because we haven't met at all this school year and all of the updates are on operations.
So let me
we spent a lot of time last year talking about policy, and then I don't know what happened with Kathy. We emailed a whole, a lot of stuff about policy and didn't get replies back, and then it wasn't reflected on what went to the school board, which went to the school board in August without the notice. Also, we weren't, as members of the committee, we weren't told there were open spots on the committee until we started asking, why isn't the committee meeting? So, all last year, even today, I've asked multiple times, like, right, who is actually on the committee and how many empty spots are there actually on the committee? And there aren't answers to this thing. So maybe the answer is a different sort of structure. Maybe it's there are public meetings with a leadership involved.
So Jillian, we would love you to work this out and talk this out. I think we're running out of time tonight. Yeah. Thank you. And that's what we're asking. And nobody, these things that you were throwing out that we said this, I mean, we haven't, we're asking you all to come back with some recommendations coming forward. Okay. And I will turn it back to our long suffering chair, Josh. And then I think Catherine Lynn has some.
So hopefully, Jillian, if you want to generate the list of names, get them to me at the people who said to you they applied. And then I will work with Kathy and the chair and with the school board staff. They know me, and we'll see what we can come up with. Kathy, do you want to give us some closing thoughts on this, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so I mean, we've tried to, continue with this committee, but I think Barbara mentioned it. It might be something the committee in the next couple meetings revisits their charge, because the charge of ACTC states that there are 19 voting members, and it lists the voting members and where they come from. And tonight we have 8 voting members. So so you may want to say we have to kind of maybe tighten up the committee, tighten up the membership. Those are options to all consider. And while there's a lot of people here, there's a lot of county staff here online and school staff who are not considered voting members of the committee. So, and as Chris Slott referred to, there's a lot of presentation. When I joined ACTC last spring, that was the format. And so, that I thought that was the format that was agreed to by the committee. It sounds like it hasn't been, but it's continued. So it's something that this group might want to kind of revisit as well. But thank you.
Julio, if you want to put your thought in the chat here, I want to get us to a wrapping up point. And Chris, same if you came up with the other one. I'm going to put and who says needing a quorum. Absolutely, we certainly want to get to a quorum. Maybe it's the committee number is too large. And I will say that struggling to get applications. The meeting that I normally participate in is Budget Advisory Council, and I saw the minutes of their last meeting, and it was far from a full house last month. This is not unique to ACTC that committees are struggling, and I think this is something truly from the pandemic. It has changed post-pandemic, that people aren't as involved in advisory committees as they once were. And I do agree that our conversations are hugely important, and how things play out on the ground, because it is hugely important to continue that conversation as well. So I Barbara, I wish you the best as you roll off into whatever endeavors take you next. Hey, we need people on ACTC, but if you want that as your next thing. But hopefully we find out. You saw that guy. Hopefully I can talk with Libby. I can talk with, if Barbara, you can let me know. Will you know committee assignments, or will that not happen before you roll off?
It will be posted. I assume the board will vote at their first board meeting in January, which is actually like January 15th or 19th or something like that. But so that's when the liaison assignments will be approved, and then they'll be posted, on our website.
Could you make a note that maybe take it to the clerk to please get in touch with me directly through email or something when that is finalized, in case I somehow miss it? I appreciate that.
Sure.
Because I think I would like to re-envision this committee. As I come off of it, I have no desire to fight the 6-year rule at all. I would like to go on to another committee. So, but I do want to leave this better than I found it. Libby, I have to ask, what's your cat's name?
So my granddaughter named her Bea, which
Okay.
I call her sometimes, but generally all my cats are Kitty.
Okay, that works. So I'm going to put my email in the chat. If for those people who said they think that they've applied, or they think somebody has, they thought someone has applied, you want to get a hold of me, let me see if we can't figure out what's going on, or possibly it's people pleasing where someone says, yeah, I'll go apply to that committee, and they're not actually doing it. I don't know. So I need to, let me figure out what's going on too, because I would like to leave this committee with some kind of longevity as going forward. Libby, Barbara, thank you. To the county staff, thank you. Dennis, are you still on here? Yes. I do want to acknowledge Dennis Leach in his service to Arlington County as he is moving on to different endeavors. And I thank you for 18 years. Did I do the math right? 19 years with Arlington County?
I've been with Arlington County government for since 2004, but I actually got my start as a citizen advocate. I was the chair of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee and then the chair of the Transportation Commission. So if I count that, it's actually even longer.
So thank you for all of your service, and y'all please email me if you haven't noticed.
Thanks,
we 2-hour delay for Arlington County Schools. We'll see if that rolls on somewhere else, but that my phone lit up with that a few minutes ago.
And I just like, Josh, thank you. I'd like to thank everybody. Thank you again to Dennis. I think the reports earlier, I mean, I'm really impressed at the progress made. Again, as I said, I think early in this, there's a lot that we still need to do, but we got to remember to really recognize what has been done and really say thank you. And Dennis was a large part of that, as all the staff here that's really working hard all the time. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you all, and happy everything. And here's to a great 2023.
Yeah. Take care.
Thank you very much, Josh.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye,
And
everyone. Happy holidays.
And Kathy, if you want to stop the recording there.